provide a copy of that request after this session.
No, thank you. And then, having deployed these 2,500 members, how did you then disperse them? And how did you make the decision to how many go to which province or to which national key points?
Thank you. When we initially deployed the 2,500, the main thrust was for both KZN as well as Gauteng. We identified the key points and we deployed members to those key points. You will realize that the numbers were increased immediately as we realized that the situation was getting out of hand, and we had to prepare another presidential minute. And that presidential minute, at first we settled for 10,000, and we realized that no. Now that we are required to come and get involved directly, because the situation was getting out of hand, we then started pulling down more and more assets to be able to quell the situation. And by that time, we had put the presidential minutes now that was also presented to cabinet for up to 25,000. And that is when we started rolling most of our prime mission equipment from the central points where we put our equipment. We dispersed them, other part going to KZN and also unblocking the N3, which at that time was blocked, and get the rest of the members to Gauteng and bolster the prosper element that was in Gauteng.
Okay, and then of the, let's use the 25,000 members then, how many members were deployed in KZN?
The numbers fluctuated because we kept on bringing, but we had never gone above the 25,000, both in Gauteng and KZN. The total number, even at the peak of our involvement, didn't go beyond 22,500.
And this is in KZN?
Both KZN and Gauteng. The focus was on the two provinces, such that the equipment and the personnel that was sent to KZN was sent to be able at least to stabilize that part, because it was the area that was more volatile. So was Gauteng. We deployed according to the threat that we perceived, because remember we were deploying internally, and if I may take you back, I should have indicated to you that amongst the divisions that the Defense Force has is the Defense Intelligence. And Defense Intelligence as an entity, it's tasked with a collection, but that collection, the mandate doesn't allow the Defense Intelligence to collect internally. So the determination of where we should be having forces was more reliant on the need. And when we realized that the police were giving us the need for us to support in one area, then we do a quick appreciation and deploy it based on the information that they might be having in terms of the need. So the need assessment was not done by us as a result of the BI not having the mandate to deploy internally and collect internally.
No, that does help. So, using the broader operations, were there, in the deployment, were there members from the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the medics? Or was the deployment mainly based on one of your operations?
Thank you. The deployment was all-inclusive. Remember, this whole issue happened at the time when we were still grappling with COVID. And we had an element of the SAMS. We had the element of the Navy that was deployed. We had almost all the entities deployed. We had the Air Force that supported in terms of the air assets. And the Army was the most dominant. Hence, in KZN, I appointed the Major General to coordinate the effort in KZN. That was coming from the Army.
And having indicated that you had, in fact, members of, let's use the SAMS, I understand that's how you say it, you had members of SAMS. Were there any injuries that required, or firstly, were the members of SAMS that were there medics or just general members?
The members of SAMS that were deployed were medical personnel. It must be understood that even when we were deploying, it doesn't mean that COVID was not effective. So the responsibility of SAMS is force protection in all spheres. They provide the medical support to deployed members as well as caring for the civilian population in the area of deployment, if and so required to do so. So in terms of SAMS, their main responsibility remained within their mandate of force protection.
While appreciating that that's their first mandate, was there a need during the unrest that happened for SAMS to actually treat civilian members? And do we have numbers of how many they had to treat and what they had to treat them for?
I haven't got figures of where SAMS were required to treat civilian members. In one or another, I will say that during the deployment, I didn't receive any report of any civilian that we have injured or were responsible for their injuries. That I didn't receive any report of that nature.
Okay, and this is during and after. Did you receive any reports, or was there any investigations done to look if the SANDF had injured any civilian members of the public, and what was done if there was such a report?
Up to so far, both the incident reports as well as the after mission review, there hadn't been any report of the South African National Defence Force injuring the civilians.
And has there been any reports of members of the SANDF being injured during this July unrest?
I will cite a few reports, although I haven't got a register of incidents report, but there was an accident that was reported during that operation, and yes, indeed, during an accident, members, I think two or so, as I say, I haven't got the report of that incident report, but we had a vehicle accident.
Okay, and now let's go back to the numbers once more. And of the numbers, how many, as far as you know, were deployed in Gauteng, in the Gauteng province?
You see, we need to be wary of trying to pitch everything in terms of numbers in that. When and so required, we bolstered the members that were deployed in KZN. Some of them had to shuttle between KZN and Gauteng, depending on the state of security. And hence I'm saying to crunch those numbers, it suffices to say we were mandated to deploy not more than 25,000, and we deployed those members according to the threat assessment. And when the threat perception increases in one area, we redeploy. There is a principle of deploy and redeployment, and where there are the threat becomes less, the numbers gets reduced so as to be able to respond to the threat that is faced in other parts of the country. So it will be misleading if we try to crunch numbers and penny packet them. I think it suffices and to say that even when we had to go back, because when you deploy, you have to go back again to the portfolio committee and justify whatever resources that had been utilized. So we have reported that we worked within the limit of what had been authorized, which was below 25,000.
I appreciate that. And the reason why we ask of these numbers is that we had testimony from the Premier of Gauteng that indicated that of the 25,000, only 500 members of the SANDF were in fact deployed within Gauteng. So if you can assist us with that, if you have a comment on that and just enlighten us.
Thank you. I wouldn't really comment on the statement made by the Premier of Gauteng, but I take it that 500 basically is an understatement, but I wouldn't like to really comment on that because I don't have the background as to because and indeed, we took our assets, brought them to both Gauteng and KZN. We brought those assets first as a deterrent, not that we were going to trample on our people or shoot our people, but to ensure that our people feel safe and they are secured and the unrest comes to an end. It will be amiss if I say we had identified individuals, but we have put together systems. The Defense Force function, that's why I said the services has a responsibility to provide the user systems. And the user systems speaks to men and equipment. We do not separate men from equipment in the user system. It is a complete system. You may ask yourself as to the RATEL, whether it is having one man inside who is driving, the impact that it has in bringing stability, the shock effect, so that at the end of the day, those who are poised to do bad things get to refrain. So it is about the effect than the numbers and the people, because the driver of a RATEL is not doing anything except putting that vehicle to a specific position and defending whatever is defending. So you will say a RATEL, a record, and any other equipment that had been put on the ground, the shock effect served as a deterrent. So it is not like we took people and say, you will carry the buttons, because we carry guns. But those guns were not meant to kill our people, but to protect our people. And that is what we did. Our people felt safe, and the unrest stopped immediately when we were on the ground.
Thank you. And then when you said your mandate is to defend, while you are defending, what human rights considerations are taken into account, or what human rights considerations are taught to your members while they defend to ensure that they do not break?
When every soldier is deployed, there's a code of conduct. Let me qualify it this way. There is a code of conduct that we carry on our in our day-to-day life. And there is a code of conduct that is generated for the operation when the operation is conducted. So we ensure that each and every member of the defense that is deployed is aware of the code of conduct of that particular mission. We go to the extent of developing the rules of conduct and engagement, that is the ROC, And we develop miniature code of conduct and rules of engagement that actually defines how they should behave and what are the do's and the don'ts and how they should interact with our people, because the defense force is of the people and is from the people, and therefore has a sole responsibility to protect the people. Both the rules of engagement, the rules of conduct and of engagement, as well as the code of conduct, are published in the Gazette. That is how far we go in ensuring that our people continue to serve as the defense force that is not against the people but for the people.
And then with regards to the July, well, basically the utilization of Operation Prosper, how long was that for?
Initially, we wanted to be there for a month. And the request by the police was for 3 months, which was, according to that request, which I will forward, was also open for extension should the situation not calming down. So that was the perimeters of that request.
So you arrived in July, so you left in September. Were your troops left in September? Is that how I understand the timing?
We arrived in July. We stayed there. We demobilized in September, October. Remember, rolling down your assets, it's a process. And rolling them back, it's a process. We quantify or put the various stages of deployment. We only touched on the political aspects of the deployment. We haven't touched on the deployment drills that take place when people are supposed to deploy. Prior to rolling out the assets to various areas, there is a pre-deployment drills that must be conducted. That is now at the tactical level of operation, that what I'm referring to. And the executing part of the mission puts the men and equipment on the ground executing the task at hand. Upon completion of the task, there is what we call demobilization. Demobilization means conclusion of the operation, preparing for the men and equipment to return to their various units. That is also inclusive of a debrief in terms of how they have perceived the operation, so that people that have deployed must learn from that particular deployment. And that is also fed in the lessons learned that are put in the training environment, because it is during the time of peace that we prepare for war. So all issues that are learned are then fed into the training. That is the essence of the debrief. So demobilization includes all those other phases until when the men and equipment equipment had been returned to the stores, and men had gone back to their respective units.
And if you may recall, when was the decision to ensure that the members they continue to be in KZN or Gauteng for 3 months made? Or that request, when was it made and when was it approved, the 3 months period?
If I may, the request that was put by the Minister of Police to the Minister of Defense, dated the 12th of July. That request had indicated that they would like us to continue to support them at least for 3 months. Initially, it was supposed to be for a month as requested, because if you may recall, the Moy River toll plaza was blocked by trucks that were banned, and that was prior to the request by the Minister of Police. And when we were required to move in, the letter stated very clearly that no, we would request that the support of the Defense Force should at least be for 3 months, which can be extended if the situation is still untenable.
But we have also been privy to a mid-August authorization from the President for the deployment of 10,000 members until 13 September. What necessitated that then, if there was already, at the very least, an order authorizing your members to be on the ground until, well, end of September, October, for 3 months? And were you part of that decision?
Thank you. Let me indicate that the police were asking for the support at least for 3 months. The presidential minutes that were drafted, there were 3 that we developed. The first one was for 2,500, and the second one that went to the president was for 10,000. And the last one was for not more than 25,000. So throughout, we had been getting the extension, because the 2,500, we were just taking that we will go deploy in the national key points. Police, they go, they sort out whatever they have to sort out, because the police job is to sort out the public order policing issues. And then the 1 month, for them, they could sort it out within that period. And when we submitted the presidential minutes for the 10,000, which actually came as a result of appreciation to say this situation cannot be contained in that particular period. That the appreciation is, I don't know, in the civilian environment, it's the planning process. Let me put it in the civilian environment. It's a planning process, both in business as well as in day-to-day life. You have got the planning process, and our planning process is referred to as the appreciation process. So that appreciation determines as to what do you want to field, how long do you think the problem will persist, and then when you get the presidential minutes drafted, they are based on that appreciation process to say, now that there is a requirement for additional, will we be able to contain the situation within this given time? So it is not that we acted outside what we were set to do. The initial presidential minutes actually spoke, I haven't got it here with me, of that period, might have spoken of that period that you referred to, of the 13th of September.
And just for appreciation in the civilian terms, so that we appreciate exactly what you've just discussed, were all of these extensions within the same terms? Or was there a difference? Say, when you were first deployed, you were deployed to do ABC, and these were the terms of references, or were the terms of references the same throughout?
I haven't brought the different employment papers, because the employment papers, they get submitted to the minister, and the minister, as I said, we are now dealing with the political and the operational process. The employment papers that we were submitted has different provisions, but the nature of the operation didn't change, except that the initial part, as perceived by the police, was for us at least to allow the police to have capacity to continue with their police job by going and protecting the national key points. That was the initial intent, to say, go protect the national key points. By so doing, because the responsibility also of the national key points lies with the police. But with that request, we were supposed to go and protect the national key points, and then the police would, those who were responsible for national key points would then go and deal with the unrest, thus increasing the numbers of the police. So we were more of a force multiplier, if I may put it.
Okay. Now I think let's go back to the code of conduct that you had indicated. Are codes of conduct for a particular operation done before the operation, or during the operation, or after the operation?
When the employment papers are being prepared, part of the employment papers is that rules of engagement, because you are now prescribing, hence it gets gazetted, you are prescribing to the soldiers, to the troops, to the officers, that this is how you should conduct yourself, this is how you should relate with our people, and this is how you will behave in the midst of our people. When I say our people, I'm talking about South Africans of all shapes and forms.
Just on that point, the code of conduct that we could establish was on the 14th of July. Why was that there, that anomaly where your men have their foot on the ground on the 12th, but they only, the code of conduct is only then given on the 14th, or at the very least gazetted on the 14th of July?
Let me come back to the political process that actually took place, because we need to put this in context. The Commander-in-Chief, the President of the RSA, phoned the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans the evening of the 11th. The Minister of Defense, I just want to refresh our minds that the entire deployment process, as I said, the oral order came to say we need to have boots on the ground. That was the evening of the 11th. Planning takes place throughout the evening. The documentation gets generated. A verbal order is an order with equal weight as a written order. Certain things couldn't be left to go on waiting for some of the papers. The paperwork is generated whilst the solution is being found on the ground. The first people that were on the ground on the 12th, we were still generating these papers. As I said again, the request by the Minister of Police came in on the 12th, and you will appreciate that by that time, we had already started. We have got what we call warning order, and people start moving, so that it's like a reconnaissance. You start to block the water before it spills, so that when those who will be coming, they will find that the water is not already spilled. So yes, there might be a discrepancy between the 12th and the 14th in terms of the date when that was signed. But it doesn't necessarily mean that our people were not briefed in terms of how they should behave. Over and above, members of the Defense Force have got a code of conduct. The one that I said, it is on our day-to-day life, we carry that on a daily basis. So that also guides. But for a particular operation, there is a specific code of conduct and rules of engagement, because rules of engagement for one operation differs to the other. They are not the same throughout. It's not one size fits all. So I just wanted to clear the issue of the discrepancy between the 12th and the 14th. Verbal orders were issued and instructions were carried out with restraint in terms of dealing with our people.
No, thank you. Then I think we should then deal with that code of conduct of the 14th. In relation to that, so there's the section 2 of that code. Unfortunately, I can only read it from my computer, which dealt with declared hotspot areas. If you may just hold. Okay. Now, I thought I should give you the time to confer with your legal person. In relation to the 14th of July then, how did you declare what you called hotspots areas? And what considerations did you take into consideration? Or did you take those, or were there other people on the ground that were doing that?
Let me come back to the structure of the operational and intelligence centers, where I said at the national level, the coordinating structure that is more of the operational structure of the JCPS cluster is the net joints. The net joints, as the name put it, is at the national level. And at provincial level, there are prof joints. The prof joints actually deals with provincial aspects and coordinate the effort of the police, the military, and any other stakeholder that might be required. If it is a disaster, you will find elements of disaster management within those structures. So I want to bring it back again to the determination of the hotspot areas. That is the domain of the Prof Joint. Let me indicate that within the Prof Joints, there is what we call the Prof Job, which is more of the command structure. That structure is informed of its activities and threat assessment by the Intelligence Coordinating Committee. And the Intelligence Coordinating Committee being at the national level, at the provincial level, it becomes the Provincial Intelligence Coordinating Committee. And those are the structures that actually determine where the hotspots are. I said earlier on that we as the South African National Defence Force do not have the mandate for intelligence collection internally. I'm putting it that way, notwithstanding that there are structures that are created by statute that are responsible for that particular aspects. And those are the structures that actually should feed into the Provincial Intelligence Coordinating Center.
Okay. And then, in addition to the general guidelines to ensure effective command and control, I would think, were there commanders on the ground with your members?
The South African National Defence Force functions in this fashion. For every operation, the overall in charge is the Chief of the National Defence Force, by virtue of being the commander of the armed forces. The responsibility of employing force is delegated to Chief Joint Operations for coordination. Chief Joint Operations, because he provides guidelines and guidance and directives, he issues an instruction to the Joint Operations Headquarters, which is the implementing organ in terms of employing forces. The Joint Operations Headquarters has structures in each province, which I referred to as the tactical headquarters. The tactical headquarters that are in each and every province coordinate all operational effort in that particular province. It is the elements from the tactical headquarters that interacts at the provincial joint. In the case of the July unrest, because of the gravity of the problem that we identified, generals were appointed to be responsible for the coordination in KZN. Another general was appointed to be for coordination in Gauteng. Other than that arrangement, every unit that goes out on deployment have got a commander, and that commander is responsible for all operational employments of the troops. This commander, his command affiliation is not to the service chief, but to the immediate commander on the ground, who in this case was the Tech HQ commander, who then, in conjunction with the appointed commanders, then coordinated the effort of all the forces that were on the ground. So, yes, all forces were having their respective commanders. And depending on the size, if it is a battalion, I will let you just have visibility. A battalion is a structure that is called a unit. It is a unit because it has one commander and the sergeant major, who is the RSM, regimental sergeant major. Within the battalion, you have got several entities or elements that are responsible for coordinating their effort at a given sector. And those are companies. It's not companies in the sense of the economic or the business world. It's companies as of men and women in uniform that are collectively responsible for the formation of the battalion. Under the company, and here, the company also has a commander. The structure of the defense is such that there is no area where there is nobody who is accounted for. So the company commander, under him, he has a platoon commander. And the platoon commander is responsible for a platoon. And the platoon is an entity that when you have got 3 or 4 platoons, you form a company. But it is a cohesive. That's why I started off by saying a battalion is what is called a unit. Under a platoon commander has men and women under him. But at the same time, there is an entity, a structure that is under the platoon. Under the platoon, the smallest entity that is in the formation of a unit, it's a section. A section also has a section commander. You see, there is a linear command structure. A section commander reports to the platoon commander. So each section go and report to the platoon command. Each platoon, because in one platoon you have got 3 or 4 sections. Each commander reports to the platoon commander. Each platoon commander reports to the company commander, and each company commander reports to the battalion commander. And when you put it at a much higher level, if you have got a bigger structure, you have got what we call a brigade. A brigade is nothing else. It brings in different battalions. All battalion commanders reports to the brigade commander. Let me stop there before I go up and up to the level where I will have divisions and armies. So allow me to stop there, but each and every entity of defense, there is a commander. And that commander is responsible for the men and women under him.
No, we appreciate that.
On that note of all the different commanders, may we have a quick comfort break for 15 minutes, please? Then we will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. In that particular section, it basically indicates that the members of the SANDF will have the same powers and authority when they're deployed with the SAPs, but this excludes the investigation of crime. Was this done to ensure that it was compatible with Section 20 of the Defense Force, subsection 1 of the Defense Force, in relation to the specific powers of the SANDF when they're deployed with their SAPs?
Thank you. If I may, under this general principle, it is an acknowledgement that the police duty and responsibility resides with the police. Whereas when the president employs us, because the employment of the defense force internally, it's as a result of what the Constitution says, that the president can deploy the military internally. Yes, indeed, it is in line with that constitutional principle. The function of policing remains the duty of the police. When you interpret this, that the defense force has the same powers, you will also understand that it also means that arrests during operations by soldiers, we subsequently hand over whoever that is arrested to the police. And there is a principle that is also applied when we deploy that during patrol, we should at least encourage that we have got joint patrols. Joint patrols in the sense that when we take one sector, at least we should be accompanied by a policeman. That is when that principle, which is sometimes overlooked by those who wants to understand how do we do the arrest, because the power to arrest, even though we can do citizen arrest, but the investigation and the arrest is the domain of the police.
And during the unrest, before we continue in the theme that we're in, were there any arrests that were done by the SANDF? And if so, how many and where were those?
During the unrest, the police and the defense were in most instances co-located, and the police did the arresting. There are no reports that were sent to my headquarters where we were directly involved in the arresting. We might have assisted in various environments to cordon off areas so that the police could actually do the police job.
And following the July unrest, has there been any investigation to look into whether or not your members were involved in those particular arrests, actively involved, notwithstanding the barriers?
We haven't investigated the arrests because if it could have been sent to my headquarters, that would have formed the basis for the investigation. There hadn't been any form of complaint or any form of report that warranted for the defense to put together an investigation.
Going back then to this code of conduct, can we go to section 11 and 12? We'll start with 11. Is the right of South African, National Defence Force members to self-defense within the parameters that civilians also understand them to be?
Self-defense.
Yes.
It's self-defense in the sense that if you are threatened, you reserve the right to protect yourself. In the case of the defense, when and if their life or the equipment is put in danger, then they have the right for self-defense. I think in the same context with the civilian, I don't know if we can qualify the rights in terms of age, sex, duty, because my take, if I understand the question well, it's whether it's comparable between the civilian and the military. I take it that here in the defense, we speak of the discretion by the commander faced by the threat, because quantifying the threat, I take it that if somebody wants to disarm one member, be it by pointing a gun to that member of the defense force, that member of the defense force will have the right to defend himself. I really find it a bit difficult to say I can quantify. It's consumary to the threat perception, because both civilian and military will be faced with a threat of different magnitude. But if the threat is to life, maybe I must just add here that the right to self-defense of the military personnel is not only the privilege of preserving own life, but it goes also if the second person is threatened, whether it's a civilian, but if that life of a civilian is threatened in the presence of a soldier will have to protect, because part of our responsibility is to protect our people. So when we qualify the threat perception, we should also qualify it not only threat to the self, but threat to the immediate person who is in the close proximity of the soldier.
Thank you. And then still on this section 11 then, during the unrest, were the rights in particular in section 11, in this provision, were they utilized by any of the members of the defense force? The rights to self-defense, including the right to protect property and the destruction of property.
Let me respond to it in this fashion. that the right to defend and protect property was exercised. It was exercised without harming anybody. Much as I said, when we arrived, when I arrived both in KZN and in Gauteng, there was a lot of mischief, if I may put it that way, because unrest for me can be named anything. But we came in, we deployed in various areas, and normalcy came, and we stabilized the situation, and we withdrew. Our main effort was to stabilize, and we did stabilize. So I will also just give one example of various situations where two soldiers in one of the ShopRites prevented looting without even using any form of violence. And I will say the right to self-defense hadn't been exercised in a violent form, if I may put it, because this is much broader than trying to protect oneself. But I gave an example of an imminent threat to destruction of property and mayhem. So we have exercised it to that extent, but we haven't harmed anybody.
Okay. And then still on this particular one, it says, where there have been, well, I would think that would be live firing, but it says live firing. It must be reported and recorded within reasonable time. The report to include the place, how many rounds were fired, and the outcome of the action in self-defense. Leaving out that portion, were there any rounds fired during the unrest from members of the SANDF? Do you have a report of this nature?
At the moment, I haven't got the report of the rounds that were fired in times of, during this uprising. There are incidents during deployments, but I think I would like to confine myself to the unrest situation. I haven't got records that speaks to that. Suffice to say that being the chief of the National Defense Force, some of the tactical aspects are reported to the immediate commander. And the immediate commander, as I indicated, goes to certain level. My responsibility, if I will be fair, I will not delve down to tactical aspects, especially where it involves individual troops. It will be really unfair of me to micromanage up to the level of a troop. We provide guidance and strategic guidelines for implementation by several levels. Where there's a loss of life, then we convene a board of inquiry at different levels, but other than that, the reporting lines, they come and get resolved at an appropriate level. So, like for instance, if a troop shouts to a civilian, which actually contravenes the good engagement with civilians, that issue is reported initially to the immediate commander, who then here and there deals with the troop, because that troop has contravened a part of the rules of engagement. But that does not warrant that it should be reported up to the chief of the defense force to say a troop had been shouting the civilians because these civilians didn't want to put on a mask. I think it should be contextualized in that fashion, that if there are shots that were fired, the immediate commander could have handled it, because there is what we say, we prohibit the issue of warning shots. But there isn't any report that ended up on my table to the effect that there had been shots fired, whether somebody was injured or not, but there was no incident reported to my office to that effect.
And you've taken us swiftly to the next point in relation to Section 12, where it says the firing of warning shots is prohibited. Can you explain that to us with the knowledge that you have members of the Defense Force on the ground, you have people that are quite, at this particular point, you've called them mischievous, but let's say quite rallied. How then do your members control that? And a sub question, if they don't fire warning shots, what do they fire?
Let me come back again and say the Defense Force doesn't carry rubber bullet first. We carry live ammunition. We have got, even when we go to the shooting range, we shoot with live ammunition. When we go to exercises, we shoot with live ammunition. So, the employment of the Defense Force is not to go and scare. We go there to defend and protect. And during the process of defending and protecting, should there be any, I underline, anybody who undermines the Constitution and challenges the rule of war in a way that it threatens the democracy, then is then that we fight. We don't encourage people to shoot warning shots. When you have now declared that this person is the threat to the state and is threatening the democracy, then that person becomes qualified as the enemy. And enemies are treated as enemies. That is the appropriateness of force that is used to the enemy. It depends on the threat perception that is presented by that person. So, Firing of warning shots is prohibited. It's a simple way of telling them that avoid firing warning shots. Why do you have to fire warning shots? Because you don't carry rubber bullets and you are not against our people. So we are saying, should there be a situation whereby you are confronted by a threat to life, the best to do is not to fire warning shot. I don't know if I am interpreting it in the same way that I see it on this paper, because if I may go back to paragraph 11, where it speaks of where there have been live firing, it must be reported and recorded within reasonable time. The report to include the place, how many rounds were fired, and the outcome of the action in self-defense. So firing, if you are being fired at, that report must include the number of shots that were fired to our people, and that must be recorded. We are now looking at a more technological inclined way of doing it, in terms of at least trying to have live recording of activities, so as to be able to account, and also for our people at least not to be accused for things that they haven't done. So that project had been given to one of our entities to try and research on how best can that be done for us to get at least the camcorders that our members can put either on the rifle or in any other part of the body.
And just dealing with what you just indicated, that your members don't have rubber bullets, so they always have live ammunition. How does that then square to the right to life that is protected by our Constitution when you're dealing with members of the public, South African public, and you are deployed to assist the South African Police Services, and part of the deployment in the Act says that then you have the same powers as them? Why can't those powers be utilized to also include giving your members, at the very least, rubber bullets to ensure that the public is protected in that sense?
Thank you. Let me reiterate once again that the South African National Defence Force will never be issued with rubber bullets. That is the first one. The right to life is enshrined in our Constitution. The South African National Defence Force had never been created to be against our people. I want to qualify our people, as per our Constitution. It's inclusive of all who live here in South Africa, including the would-be enemies. Hence I said, when and if the life of a soldier is threatened and we have qualified that that person is an enemy, is then that person must be dealt with as an enemy. That does not, rights and obligations go together. And where you have qualified that a person is an enemy. Our job conflicts with some of the issues that may be seen not to, that are supposed not to be contravened. Like, for instance, when you say within the OHS law or act that you need not expose somebody to the noise level of certain decimal, you are simply referring to the trade. I do not see a soldier in a battle space or a battlefield putting on earplugs and continue fighting. In the midst of the battlefield, you will be exposed to the level of noise. We try to mitigate that by new technology, but all along we go there with our ears open so that you hear the orders, you hear the tempo of the battle. In the same vein, the right to life, as enshrined in the Constitution, does not imply to the enemy where it's force to force. Imagine, even if I am out of South Africa or I'm in the borders of South Africa, and somebody is threatening not only the life of the soldier, because when you threaten the life of a soldier, you are threatening the life of South Africans. You are threatening the life of the entire nation, because the responsibility of the defense force is to protect, and as protectors, the protectors must be able to protect themselves, and in so doing, protect the flag. That is very critical. So, if by any means the life of a soldier is threatened, he will use force to protect the lives of the rest. It is part of what had been enshrined in that part of the Constitution, where in the Bill of Rights it states that people have got the right to life, but the soldiers have the right to defend the country at all costs. That is the sacred duty of a soldier. Hence, soldiers do not go to work. It is a calling than job. So soldiers are good people in the midst of good people, and in the midst of bad people, they react to the threat in order to protect all the people of South Africa.
And we're still dealing with this particular 14 July issue. Did you then, because we've just had this discussion now on the rights of all who live within this country, what determines then what kind of force is utilized towards the member of the public? And do we see all members of the public as potential enemies? Because I think we might need to just understand that. In the instances where your member might feel threatened, do they immediately become an enemy? And what considerations are taken in that instance, considering we live in a constitutional state?
Thank you. In the initial state, I said the South African National Defence Force is from the people, and it's of the people. All being equal, you wouldn't deploy your defense force internally. That is the first iteration that I would like to make. You only deploy your defense force when those who are supposed to be doing the internal police order duties request and say we need support. And that support comes in various ways. In most instances, and in an ideal world, we will provide conducive environment for the police to do their police job. That is primarily why the defense force is employed by the president internally. I'm emphasizing that because the defense force do not see the people of South Africa as enemy. The defense force, the South African National Defense Force, sees the people of South Africa as its allies. In whatever form of deployment, our effort is to try and protect our people, and they themselves become the underbelly, our soft underbelly. They're the ones that protect our soft underbelly. They are the ones that are supposed to protect us. They are the ones that are supposed to provide us with the necessary support that is required. Whether we are deploying externally or internally, we rely solely in the support that the people of South Africa provide to their defense force. So we just have to get to understand the post-1994 posture of our defense force. But if we go deeper into this matter, our defense philosophy is anchored even in documentation on human security. I'm bringing in this because the concept of human security then tells us that the referent becomes the individuals. It therefore implies that at the center of our defense philosophy are our people, the protection of our people in all the hazards, be it hunger, be it famine. That's why we were the first in the front line to go to Wang, so that we can get our people out of Wang because our people were threatened. There was no war. It was in the midst when COVID started. We were the first basically to go there. We were the first to take our doctors to be in the street. We were the first to get the people on the street so as to be able to protect our people and enforce what is to be enforced. So I'm elaborating on this, and I wasn't supposed to go at length at that. But the South African National Defense Force is not against the people. It is for the people and for the protection of their rights to life as well. So let nobody threaten them, because their defense force is there to protect them.
Okay, and then let us then go to section 13, because I think it deals with the issue that we're currently dealing with, which basically says the principle of minimum force should always be applied. And there's a comma there. I think I want to start there. Why can't, in internal deployments, minimum force also include rubber bullets instead of live ammunition for the SANDF, considering you are dealing with family?
Maybe we cannot exhaustively say minimum force is a rubber bullet. Minimum force can be defined as a force commensurate with the threat posed to members. I think in that way we will be able to appreciate that we desist as the defense force to be the policeman. That is the first thing. We allow the police to continue doing their police job. We come in in support of the police in various ways. And we are not going to be drawn into the skirmish whereby we will be required to use a rubber bullet. Where we are drawn into the skirmish, it will be with the enemy, and we're not going to carry a rubber bullet. I want to reiterate so that there would be enemy must know that we are not going to carry a rubber bullet. So there would be enemy must refrain from challenging our constitutional values. And in that way, nobody will feel threatened, because the formation of the National Defense Force is not to threaten the lives of our people, but to protect the lives of our people.
Okay, so when this indicates that the principle of minimum force should always be applied, what is the minimum force that is envisaged there?
It's interesting, because I'll come back again and say, quantifying force, I say force consummate with a threat. Part of the training that is given to our people is that refrain from using force against our people. That is what we train our people to confront the enemy. We train our people to deal with the enemy. Now, where we talk of minimum force, suppose we are assisting the police in one environment or area, and somebody tries to confront the soldier. You will have to, it is the discretion of the commander to determine what is it that is minimum. Shooting at the person, is it minimum force? I will say no. Is batting minimum force? I don't know. Is tackling somebody to the ground and holding him down a minimum force? I don't know. But quantifying a minimum force depends on the threat that is posed to the person. If you're coming with a knife, I'll use a minimum force to disarm you of that knife. If you're coming with a gun and you're shooting, the minimum force will be for you to suppress that shot. And it means, therefore, whoever will dare be shooting at the soldiers, he does that at his own peril, because he had already declared that it's an enemy. It had never happened, we had never been shot at, and we had never shot at any South African. So, here we are simply saying, in whatever we do, we must act with restraint, because the defense force, if I may underline again, is for the protection of the people. So minimum force must be consummate to, if you have to use the word of karatekas, you kick a person because that person is threatening you, and you kick the knife out of the hand. For me, that is minimum force. So we cannot have one size fit all, but one thing that I want to say, we are not going to carry rubber bullets. Where the people of South Africa starts to realize that they must have respect for our police and allow the police to do their work, they will not see the soldiers in the streets. They will see the soldiers protecting their territorial integrity. But where our democracy is threatened, the military will not sit back to watch our constitutional values being eroded. And we will challenge anybody who is threatening our democracy. And I think in that way, the use of minimum force versus what we are designed to do can only be classified in terms of the threat that is posed to our members. We have no intentions of harming our people, and we have no intentions of undermining the very same constitution that we defend and protect, where it says the right to life. So minimum force is the force that is commensurate to the threat.
Okay, so
Maybe proportionate to the threat is a good word.
Proportionate. Chair, I really appreciate, because I didn't have that word, and now the force, the proportionality, because now the next question is proportionality, how then? But yes, it should be proportionate. Thank you.
No, you do thank the chair indeed. And of course, you didn't have the word because, just as an aside, English is not a first language for most of us, right? So the bundles do deplete at some point. So just going back to that issue of force then applied, which is appropriate, how do we then understand, how do you then understand 13, which indicates just after the comma that we had stopped at, which says, while keeping in mind the minimum force will depend on the weapon issued to the deployed forces. And we remember that there are no rubber bullets.
Thank you. Let me also indicate that the equipment that is issued to the military, the primary equipment is a weapon, it's a rifle. That's why the first rank in the military is a rifleman. A rifle, if you're carrying a rifle and the threat is not as antagonistic as the shooting of the member, a rifle is not a knobkiller. Its main purpose is to shoot. However, because soldiers are put together in armies to fight enemies, they are therefore not designed for public order policing. That is the first thing that we should underline. Where the military is deployed internally, there are specific tasks that are given to the military. Coming to this paragraph where after the comma, it says, whilst keeping in mind that minimum force will depend on the weapon issued to the deployed forces. And in this case, if you say that you are now forced to use your weapon, and the only thing that you have is a rifle, and the threat is not deserving for somebody to be sent to his maker, you can use the bat. When we train, there is what we call close combat fight. And even then, close combat fight is designed because we are using the defense, its collateral utility in terms of being in support of the police. But if you are too close and you are feeling that your life is threatened, sometimes I don't want to qualify how it is threatened, whether it's a knife or a knobkerrie or the bat can also be part of it. Sometimes if you are not armed with a rifle, close combat, because we also teach our people close combat fight. So this must be understood as guidelines and not as prescripts We are not saying to people, go and headbutt people, go and hit people. We are simply saying, we are not going to allow anybody to undermine our soldiers. We are not going to allow people to put the lives of our soldiers in danger. We are not going to allow a situation whereby our soldiers are pitted against our people. We encourage that with all the ills of our society, members of the society must also respect not only their police, because the responsibility of policing resides with the police, but we are saying where the defense force is deployed, we are not going to allow anybody to undermine men in uniform. So this paragraph must be seen in context to say the rules of engagement and the code of conduct simply gives command of what to do and what not to do, and how we should conduct our operations. We also believe that part of the success in quelling the unrest hadn't been physical confrontation, but it had been more in terms of holding ground and serving as a deterrence. So, whilst doing that, we cannot allow a situation whereby soldiers will go and do as they wish, even if they are under command. There should be guidelines that determines what is it that need not be done and how they should behave in terms of their engagement with their people. And I want to also again underline their people, because soldiers are not soldiers for the animals. They are the only people that actually come out and say, we are prepared to lay down our lives for this constitution. I had never heard anybody saying they will go and lay down their lives for cabbages and spinach, nor for any other form of issues, except those people that are in uniform, because they say, for this constitution, which is the second document that says there is a right to life, we still also have the right to kill in the defense of the RSA and the Constitution.
Okay, and then in the documents that I had provided to you, because I wanted just to have a chat, if we look at the Defense Act, it's the second document in this, after the Constitution. I want us to just engage on Section 20, subsection 11.
I am reminded that I have to respond to that question. However, you cited subsection 11, which states members of the Defence Force employed in terms of subsection 1 must receive appropriate training prior to such employment and must be equipped accordingly.
Yes. And with 21 is basically where you are deployed in support of the South African Police Services. That's in the previous page. And the question there really is, while we may appreciate what you have indicated and your candor on saying, well, the SANDF will not be given rubber bullets when they are going in support of the SAPS, does this section not, at the very least, give the SANDF that power to issue, because it says equipped accordingly? Wouldn't you think that it might be accordingly to, considering we're family, I would like to think we are family as civilians and the military, that when you are deployed to protect within, for members of the family not to harm each other or not to harm property, that equipped accordingly would also mean that to ensure that we at least protect human rights within the Republic?
Thank you. Read with 21, as you said, wherever the Defence Force or any portion or member thereof has been employed for a service contemplated in section 201(2) of the Constitution, or a section 18(1) Alpha Bravo Charlie Air Delta, a member of the Defence Force who is utilized for the execution of services under such employment has the same powers and duties as those conferred or imposed upon a member of the South African Police Service. It's just that these powers that are said to be in this police section, section 13(9)41, they are quite broad, but it's not prescriptive of us carrying the same duties and responsibilities of one having the handcuffs, having to carry the baton, to carry the tear gas. Whilst we are deployed in support of the police, we will carry out the duties as expected, like part of the duties that we will be doing. We will be allowed to do patrols within the townships. We will be allowed in the same vein to participate in the vehicle control points. We will be allowed also to participate in the roadblocks. So, should we, during the process of carrying out those responsibilities, we are conferred with similar rights that if we stop the vehicle and that vehicle has illicit things, we are allowed to impound and hand it over to the police. We'll never take it to the military barrack. As soon as we take it, we will hand it over. So are the goods that are taken, illicit goods. So I think trying to dissect this section and trying to to solely leave it to the question of the minimum force in terms of the responsibility of the defense, and solely on the matter of the rubber bullet will be misleading to our people to expect that the defense force will now be the same as the police. It means we should do away with the military. The military basically is not supposed to be deployed internally in quelling, in doing public order policing aspects. What is required is for us to empower the institutions that are supposed to do that job, so as to release the defense force to continue to provide that necessary protection and the defense of the territorial integrity. So it is over and above what actually we're supposed to do. All being equal, I will let your defense force continue to create an environment for all other state departments to function, because that is the key responsibility. The main task that we have is to ensure that there is security, safety, and people feel protected. And that protection, for us, speaks to the question of defending the territorial integrity and the people. So, of cardinal importance here is we need to start as South Africans to look at how best can we empower our other state organs so as to be able to fulfill their roles without being assisted, because the minute the police seek assistance, it means therefore, in one way or another, we are simply saying the threat has now gone beyond what they can contain. And I don't think we have reached that stage at the moment. We were on the verge of finding ourselves in trouble if we didn't act at that time, because the unrest was starting to be something that borders on real threat to our democracy. I think I will reiterate, I'm not going to allow the soldiers to carry rubber bullets until when I am fired. So as long as I'm still the chief of the defense force, we are going to remain as the soldiers, and we are going to do what is required to create conditions that our economy can grow, because we have guaranteed that the territorial integrity is protected. So we just want South Africans also to not only empower their police, but to look at how best can we equip our defense force so as to be able to fulfill their primary role.
No, thank you. I think we have now exhausted that issue then. Just one final question on this particular code of conduct. Who bears the responsibility of enforcing it?
Command responsibility is at all levels. The individual must actually ensure that he lives by that code, failure which the immediate commander must handle the member who fails to adhere to the code of conduct. Because remember, the military, you are out there. The ultimate responsibility lies with individuals. We must train our people so that they do the right things, not because somebody is looking at them. We must train our people such that they have that sense of responsibility in what they are doing. And if they fail to do so, the immediate commander must deal with that. And in the very same, if the commander doesn't do that, and we pick up that now he neglected his responsibility, then his next level commander should do that. That is why there is a chain of command, but the responsibility lies with the individual.
And as far as your knowledge goes, were there any incidences in relation to the code of conduct that were where members did not follow the code of conduct and there was a need to ensure that it was enforced?
Not what has been reported to me. I take it that if there are transgressions, they might not have been to the level where they must be lifted to the Chief of the Defence Force, but handled by the respective commanders that have been given the responsibility to command. Commanders must command.
Okay. Then I think let's move to the next theme, which is your relationship with the South African Police Services. And you indicated that the SANDF sits in the joint operations basically with the SABC. Is that correct?
Let me contextualize that in that the National Defence Force has one, the responsibility for preparing forces, the responsibility for providing for forces, that is force preparation, force provision, as well as the responsibility to employ forces. Now, where we talk of the relationship between the police and the defense in the joint environment, I referred to the net joint, which is it is an abbreviation that speaks to operations and intelligence. This is the body that is actually, it was created in 2000 remember our cluster system. Our cluster system put together the justice, police, crime, that is the JCPS cluster, which actually speaks to all the other aspects of security and justice. So, this structure that was created, called the net joints, it's a coordinating structure that is supposed to report to the JCPS cluster. So, the net joint brings in both the police. As I said, it is co-chaired by the police. The police chair is co-chaired by SSA and the National Defence Force. The National Defence Force representative in that structure is Chief of Joint Operations, because what comes out of that speaks to the question of operations, and operations are informed by intelligence. So the structure that actually feeds into the net joints is the NICOC, National Intelligence Coordinating Center. So I am bringing this whole explanation so as to put in context that the jointness is in the sense of coordinating effort. I don't know if I have responded to it, because I think there was something that I might not have been correctly understood when I speak of jointness. Chief Joint Ops is responsible for force employment, and he is joint in the sense that he put together members of the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and SAMS in the effort to conduct operations. So if we have to do an operation, borderline control, it is Chief Joint Ops, but he himself employs members of the Air Force in terms of air assets, members of the Army in terms of landward battle space, and members of the Navy if the issue it is at sea and requires that we make use of the Navy. But all in all, there is another service that comes in the form of SAMS, as I said, that actually is responsible for force protection in as far as the health of the soldiers and their immediate family is concerned. So I hope on that score I might have attempted to respond to your question.
You have, General. Then with using the net joints and NECOC, in that structure is intelligence shared? We understand that you indicated that your intelligence arm does not collect from within the country, but is intelligence shared there that is collected within the country from the other parties who sit in that joint?
Maybe I should refrain from speaking of other structures because NECOC is driven by SSA, but at the same time it feeds into the net joints in terms of all the estimates. Within the net joints, I said the net joint is a coordinating body, and as a coordinating body, it is more advisory to the JCPS cluster. So how do they go on with their business? NECOC is a work group within the net joints. There are several work groups depending on the state of assessment and analysis, and the frequency of the net joints is also dependent on the conditions. During the COVID, the meeting was more frequent. At times it was more on a weekly basis, so as to be able to coordinate the effort in combating the COVID. Under normal circumstances, they're supposed to meet once a month. But it's more of a coordinating structure. So, you cannot say intelligence is not shared. When the net joints sit, the net joint will get a briefing that speaks about the situation at that particular point in time. But remember, the principle of intelligence is in the need to know basis. There are issues that one, you hear people saying whether intelligence is shared. Intelligence is shared with whom? For what purpose? Because intelligence is not shared willy-nilly. Intelligence is not information. I think I must put that intelligence is it's when you have gathered, collated, interpret, and disseminate. Then that is the end, it's intelligence. What people are saying and picking on the street and coming is information, and some of the information, the accuracy of the information may not necessarily really end up as intelligence. But we have got this misconstrued notion to say information is intelligence. Information becomes intelligence when it has been collated and interpreted and it tells you, it gives you more of a prediction. And that is when you disseminate. And it is disseminated to the highest possible level, because remember, intelligence, there are various levels in terms of intelligence. So if we say, was intelligence shared, the question comes, shared with whom? Because what is given to the commander-in-chief is different from what is given to those who are supposed to do operations. Like, for instance, I don't like talking about other entities. That's why I confined myself to defense intelligence. In the case of the police, they've got also a section that deals with intelligence, which is called crime intelligence. And the body that deals with both internal and external intelligence resides somewhere else. So I will try and refrain from becoming a jack of all trades. I will confine myself to, if it is the issue of intelligence, to defense intelligence. If it is SSA aspects, I will say I will not be able to budge on that. But in terms of NICOC, what is required by NICOC to feed into the net joints, they make any form of presentation that, if so required, they are mandated to go and collect on. And they present to the net joints in a manner that they say it responds to the questions that had been posed by the net joints on a specific issue, like health intelligence. They, like during the COVID, they would go collect, collate, interpret, and give the health intelligence. And that health intelligence was also used in determining different levels that were declared after consultation. But yes, NICOC feeds into net joints.
I understand that you indicated that you won't get into the purview of the other departments, but during the unrest, were you part, at the very least then, of the operation between the South African Police Services, State Security, and the SANDF? Were you in those particular meetings?
I just want to confirm which meetings, because I spoke about the net joints.
Yes.
And don't be afraid, I'm fascinated. The net joints, the representative of the defense in the net joints is Chief Joint Operations. So I don't know if you say, are you referring to the department, to the SANDF? And if so, the net joints had been attended by the Chief of Joint Ops or his representative at the national level. And at the Prof joints, it was attended initially by the Tech Headquarters commander, and at a later stage, when we have appointed the general coordinating the effort, he attended it together with the Tech HQ commander. I don't know if...
No. You have, in fact, answered my question, because what I wanted to then know, if on that level, because you indicated that there were meetings during the unrest on a weekly basis, whether or not in those meetings there was any intelligence shared in relation to the July unrest.
Maybe I should qualify again what I said earlier. We came into the picture after the 11th and the 12th we deployed. The call came in on the night of the 11th. So meetings that were sitting were not primarily for the uprising prior to that, the 12th. And the minutes of the net joins are set to remain the net joins, and it is, if there are issues, they are promoted to the cluster. I want to reiterate once again that the Defense Force did not collect any intelligence prior to the uprising, during the uprising, and all what we were doing were informed by the requests that were made for us to support. And defense intelligence was never tasked to collect, so we couldn't actually know what was the intelligence picture, because you create an intelligence picture when you have collected, collated, interpret, and disseminate. So they haven't done that for us as defense intelligence. In terms of the net joins, I said net joins, in terms of all specific issues that they require, they go to each and every mainstream. And the mainstreams, whether work groups are for the different mainstreams that deals with specific areas. I want to once again say that net joint was not created for the uprising. I said during the COVID, net joints was meeting more frequently and in most instances every week, because we had to have our finger on the pulse in as far as the COVID-19 was concerned. And this now, the question of the uprising came at the time when the net joints were structured, bringing in various entities that originally were not even part of the net joints, so as to be able to harness the effort towards keeping the pandemic. But where I said they were meeting on a weekly basis, yes, they were meeting during this period of COVID, and at a later stage we couldn't actually meet because people were being attacked, and so we started developing also a system of virtual meeting, and that now hampers our sharing of information, because you can discuss as much as you feel it's safe in the virtual platform.
Okay, and then closing with this one. When you are in a joint operation, let's use my terminology, I know it might not be the Army terminology, with the South African Police Services, how do you determine the terms of command and control? and the interaction between the two structures. Do your members, I think the direct question is, do your members ever report to the police? Or do they report to their own commanders?
The command affiliation remains in support. The respective commanders retain the command affiliation. Let me just for clarity indicate what is command affiliation. A battalion commander who is deployed in an area where there is a cluster commander. In the police, they've got a cluster of different police stations, the group police stations in terms of cluster, and there is a cluster commander. In that area, the person who's deployed in that vicinity, because the prof joint is at the provincial level. These structures cascade down to the areas. Hence, I am now bringing in a certain structure that we didn't talk about, the clusters of police stations. And then these clusters of police stations are commanded by one person. So, if we are working in an area of a cluster of police stations, the commander will then liaise. Their duties is the liaison, because we avoid the question of fratricide, whereby it's blue on blue. Blue on blue in terms of we are avoiding where we chase the police and the police chase us. That is the simplest I can put, because the concept of blue and blue is derived from the battlefield. It's not classical in the internal environment. So in that case, the coordinating effort, when they are going to have patrols, these patrols are coordinated between the cluster commander and the military commander. But the members under command of the military commander remains under command of the military command. The police will never command the military, nor the military command the police in police job.
And when you got to the provinces during the unrest, were there any difficulties with the two spheres working together?
I haven't observed that friction. In all areas that I have gone to, I found that there is a good working relation, such that even the accommodation where our people were staying, sometimes they pitch tents close to the police station. And in all the roadblocks, we encouraged that we deployed in roadblocks with the police. And in most of the time where we patrolled with the cooperation of the police. So I haven't really experienced or got a report of any form of animosity or jealousy or turf wars. The relationship was more cooperative than competitive.
Okay, and then one last question on the police portion. Can the SANDF ever arrive at a place in support of the police without informing the police or without being invited by the police or without the knowledge of the police?
It it is quite a difficult one, because if the question is, can the defense force have an autonomous operation in an area that is in the jurisdiction of the police in terms of the clusters, as we have said, I will say, in principle, no.
Well, I think there was evidence that was given by one of the provincial commissioners that at some point they were quite taken aback by the presence of your men on the ground when they had not been informed. Would you know anything about that particular incident? This is in KZN.
Thank you. I am aware of such a report that was brought actually to the attention of the general that was coordinating the effort in KZN, where during the rollout of the deployments, the police and the commander on the ground misunderstood each other, such that it didn't only impact on the relationship, but also in the sustainment of our people, because the area that was designated for them was out of the area of jurisdiction of the cluster commander of that particular area. The one who coordinated the effort didn't have the jurisdiction. But I picked it up, and I think that thing was resolved between the police and the members that were on the ground. Hence I said, in principle, it shouldn't be that way, because every deployment, as I said, at the provincial level, it must be coordinated by the Prof Joint, and at the national level, it should be coordinated by the Net Joint. So there hadn't been any situation really that was, other than that incident, there wasn't any situation that was reported to me. And even then, it was reported to me as a misunderstanding between the two commanders, not as a principle.
Okay, and then since we are now at the realm of the evidence that this commission has heard, the former Minister of Defense and the Premier of KZN spoke at large about a lack of synergy in relation to the deployment of the SANDF. First, I think it would be a fair question to ask if you agree if there was a lack of synergy in the deployment of the SANDF members, and following that question, what has then been done to ensure that in future, when we, hopefully not, when we need to deploy the SANDF within our borders, that lack of synergy is resolved?
I will not call it lack of synergy. Rather, the unrest, I think, caught everybody by surprise. I will say by surprise, because as I told you, when we were informed on the evening of the 11th, there was need to push as many men as possible in the shortest possible time, so as to avoid the spread of the unrest. And in that case, it means people had to move from one area to the other. And the level of command in the province versus of the police versus the level of command of the Tech HQ. It was quite vast, and what actually transpired was that the prof joints were not really meeting more frequently. And one of the reasons that were given was that they couldn't, during COVID, come together. And at one stage, you could find that there are so many cases of people that were infected, and it hampered the level of engagement at the prof joints. So in KZN in particular, when we realized that there might be a challenge of coordination, not signage, coordination, we appointed, it is, as I said, the discrepancy between the tactical headquarters and the provincial command is that the provincial commander of the police is a lieutenant general. In the tactical headquarters, because the military ranks, we are rather confined to the structure of the military, such that if it is a platoon is commanded by a lieutenant. So a company is commanded by a major, and a battalion is commanded by a lieutenant colonel. Now, during the unrest in KZN, because the tactical headquarters, which is the equivalent of the provincial head of the deployments, it's a full colonel, which in terms of the rank levels is far 3 levels from the lieutenant general. So we then decided as the leader group of the military to say, the gravity of the problem requires that there should be better coordination, and the numbers are increasing. And therefore, the level of command of this number of people cannot reside at the level of a colonel. Hence, we appointed a major general who happens to be the general officer commanding of the infantry formation, to go and be the commander on the ground and coordinate the effort of the military together with the police. So I don't really think there was no signage, because when we have actually leveled that playing field, there was nobody running around in the street. There was nobody looting. I don't remember anybody attempting to loot after that. And the general remained there, coordinating that effort. Maybe what we need to appreciate is to separate between the political perceptions versus the operational perceptions. Because if we don't separate the two, we will find ourselves being drawn into areas that defeats what we implied and what we intended doing. And people will also tend not to appreciate what the people of KZN have expressed themselves, because there hadn't been a situation whereby the unity of effort had been undermined by either the police or the military in achieving the objective. I think we will all agree that despite the challenges that might have been there, the arrival of the military in the theater stabilized the situation, and if there hadn't been any signage, the police couldn't have supported the effort because they would actually think we are competing, and we do not compete. We compete against ourselves. We don't compete against anybody, because we don't feel that any effort towards national security should be a competitive effort. So we find that we had been complementing each other, and the testimony is borne by the remarks and the gestures that were given by the people of KZN to our soldiers. I was also even told that the people of KZN wanted us to have a parade just to say thank you to our soldiers for bringing normality. And that, I think, is testimony to say that we were all working towards seeing that there is stability, coming from different angles and employing different tactics. And us as the military, we didn't claim to be the police. We remained as the military, and we used different tactics and techniques to stabilize the situation.
And just as an overall question, were you ever on the ground either in KZN or GP during the unrest period?
I will answer this one holistically, in that during the COVID, I had been to almost all the areas. Whenever you heard of epicenters, I had been to each and every epicenter in this country to go and ensure that we protect and defend our people. And I was on record to say that we will force them to protect themselves if they don't want to. That is when I was moving from one province to the other. During the unrest, I'd been to KZN, I'd been to Gauteng, I don't want to repeat what I said when I visited my troops in Gauteng, because some people may think the interpretation, because it's in vernacular, people interpret it differently. But I was on record whilst I visited the places that were being looted. When I was speaking to our troops. So yes, I respect the commission, and I'm not going to repeat what had been on record and what I've said to the troops with regard to the smell issue. When people were not behaving.
I think we can appreciate that in the civilian term of appreciation, of course. And then just in dealing with that, was the SANDF part and parcel of the operation now known as KP Receipt?
That one, I had never registered Operation Keep a Receipt. All our operations have got code names, and each code name is registered. We had never registered Operation Keep a Receipt.
General, I think this is what has come to be known as, which is basically at the time when members of the police services went door to door in particular townships and particular areas, asking from particular households when they see particular goods for them to produce a receipt. Were your members also involved in that? Of course, it could have been I think it was within the time when Operation Prosper was in, but were your members then involved in that door-to-door operation where this was happening?
I never really aspired to be a policeman, and the issue of policing is done the police way. I just want to respond to it in this fashion that part of our responsibility when we are in support of the police, we are required to do a cordoning. A cordon in the military sense is there are two cordons. There is an outer cordon and an inner cordon. This is when the police, be it whether they want to go and do a raid, in pursuit of criminals in an area, we are required to provide that outer cordon. So, by virtue of being in the outer cordon, there is no specific distance that defines how the outer cordon is, but it is determined sometimes by the nature of the terrain. And in the urban environment, you find that the outer cordon can either be in the outer perimeters of the township, if it is in a township, or in the close proximity of the streets, adjacent streets. So I will not say the military was part of Operation Vula Receipt, Keep Receipt. In that case, I really, if it was still within Prosper, we might have been in the outer cordon. There hadn't been any report sent to me of our people coming and say, where did you get this fridge? Let me see the receipt of the fridge. That might have been done by law enforcement agencies. And our people, if they were in an area, they might have formed either as an outer cordon, but this matter is much more of semantics in terms of presence, because if the operation is still ongoing, you are tasked in various ways, because the issue of door-to-door asking for proof of purchase, searching for drugs, searching for clothes, that is in the domain of the police. We can participate by providing the outer cordon and the protection element, so that should there be any threat or should there be any overspill, but the function of the cordon, the outer cordon, is purely to provide security for those who are executing the tasks in the inner cordon. It's very rare where you will find that we are required to be in the inner cordon as the military. As I said, we are the military, and the police continue with their police duty with the support of the military if and when required to do so.
Okay, and then now let's move swiftly to deployment resources with the July unrest. When you, of course, you indicated that someone else does, that the joint ops person does this, but were there orders in relation to ammunition and the type of ammunition, well, weapons that were issued to your members?
Let me answer it this way. The military units have got the standard weapon system. Each and every member of the defense force that is in the unit has a rifle. And that rifle, when not in combat or in deployment, it is kept in safety at the weapon store. The weapons that are in the that are with the people are the ones that are on duty, and those that are on duty safeguard all that are in the base, and should there be a requirement for them to be involved, then they go and draw the weapons. That is standard. Every soldier that goes out gets issued with the weapon, and there is a standard, what we call the first line ammunition. That is the ammunition that is carried by a soldier, and that is what they are issued with. I don't know if we are only referring to the individual soldier or referring to the system, and the system includes the vehicles, and so the user system is men and equipment. So in terms of the vehicles, a grouping like a platoon has a certain number of vehicles that must be issued to them. So in the case of the July unrest, members from different units were deployed and were issued with the standard weapon and standard ammunition. For the additional tactical consideration, we deployed units with prime mission equipment. that was very useful. Useful in the sense that the vehicle served as a deterrence, and it has improved mobility because before we rolled out those vehicles from wherever we had kept them, there was a challenge of mobility on the part of those that were deployed earlier with the soft-skinned vehicles, which actually are referred to as the logistical vehicles. So, yes, soldiers were deployed with their standard weapons to various deployment areas.
And is there a way to do a reconciliation of what was issued and what was brought back?
I indicated earlier that upon completion of the mission, there is a concerted effort to do what we call demobilization. And demobilization is done primarily at the level of the units, whereby unit commanders summon all their subordinate headquarters, and they put together a debrief, and in terms of that debrief, it's inclusive of the equipment serviceability as well as the stock levels that are there. And that is the part where what had been issued is reconciled with what had been brought back, except the consumables. The consumables are accounted for in a different form, but the issue of weapons and ammunition is accounted for in a different way in terms of reconciling, to say, because weapons, it's a serial controlled item. Weapon and ammunition, it's a serial controlled item, and therefore, if one weapon is issued to me, it cannot be issued to somebody else, because the serial of that weapon now corresponds with my first number. So soldiers are also serial controlled items, because each soldier has a first number that is for that particular person. So the weapon, when it's issued against the first number, and therefore the reconciliation is done in that fashion. The consumables, what had been eaten is eaten, but there must at least a record in terms of what had been provided to the soldiers.
Okay. And then let's move on to the next topic, which is the acceptance of gifts by the SANDF. What is the policy, if any, in the SANDF of the acceptance of gifts from the public?
Let me put from the policy point of view, all gifts that are issued to members of the South African National Defence Force are recorded, so they are registered. That is the principle, and from policy point of view. From the deployment point of view, we discourage people from accepting gifts. We have had a number of allegations, I'll call them allegations, whereby the public in appreciation was saying, we will give the soldiers, what do you call this, soup kitchen. We say no. Soldiers must deploy with their own sustainment levels, and therefore we discouraged. We do not condone any form of gifts because we avoid an uncontrolled system whereby people will then, instead of getting gifts, then get to the tendency of demanding, because you will never be able to differentiate between a willing gift and a coerced gift. So we discourage this form of gestures. We even went to the commanders and tell them that, no, look, tell those people that are honestly trying to donate anything to say, please, we do appreciate, but let us refrain from giving that type of gifts. And if there are gifts that need to be received, those gifts must be registered if it is the gift to the organization. I want to go further, because it doesn't only speak about during deployment, but also under normal circumstances, the gifts that are given, they get registered, including the effort that we make. We do accept gifts in the sense that after the Battle of Bangui, we then set with this dilemma to say, the children of the orphans of the Battle of Bangui, what do we do with them? And not only those children of the orphans of the Battle of Bangui, but what do we do to the children of those members that fall in the line of duty? We then established an education trust. And this education trust is not funded by any form of public fund. It is funded by the donations that we get. We organize even the golf days. That is the main area where we get gifts or sponsors, and those sponsors are returned and declared, and the proceeds that comes out of that golf day goes directly into the South African National Defence Force Education Trust, which I am actually the patron of that education trust. So yes, indeed, in that case we take the gifts, and we take it for the benefit and for the good of our soldiers. But in principle, we discourage people from receiving personal gifts for self-gratification.
And then on that issue, were there any gifts received by the SANDF during the July unrest?
I want to come back again and said there were allegations that we picked up, which actually were not confirmed, whereby there were people in certain areas which I haven't got the full details where members of the community were volunteering to provide the rations, food. The second issue that was reported to me, which actually has to do with the mobility of our people, has to do with one of the companies in Durban that wanted to donate the fuel for our vehicles, which we said if it is brought into the organization as a gift to the SANDF, that will at least reduce the cost of deployment. And what I didn't follow is the quantities that were supposed to be donated. We sat as the Military Command Council and said, should we welcome this gesture? And we had a discussion and say, in view of the constraints that we are facing, maybe if it is in good faith, we should consider that. And that is the guidance that we gave to the commander on the ground to say it should be regulated if it is done, because we were afraid that if it's not regulated and they just say vehicles must go and put fuel, the fear would be that some people would go and replenish their vehicles and not the Defence Force vehicles. So I am aware of that. It was reported and it was discussed at the Military Command Council in terms of, those were the two areas that issues of that nature were reported. The one of the bread, I think it came in as allegations because you ask this commander says, no, it was not in my area of responsibility. But all in all, gifts in the Defence Force, when issued to the organization or individuals, must be registered, and those mainly are not during deployment. Because during deployment, we say your responsibility, no matter how excited people are, is to protect those people. And people must not pay back for what you are supposed to do as a member of the National Defence Force. And therefore, we appreciate the gesture because some were doing it in good faith to say, thank you. The situation is back to normal, and now we can actually also assist in reducing the cost of maintaining this operation. But we plan and budget for our operations. We may not have enough budget, but we are principled. We do accept donations. It wasn't for the first time that there were pledges of this nature. During the COVID, there were pledges that were made in terms of delivery of fuel, which actually was later on reneged for one reason or another. I wouldn't like to delve into the details of those who wanted to donate the fuel, and the reason was our tanks storage capacity was one of the reasons why it couldn't be given until when I think the situation became better, and it means their bulk fuel were no longer available for donating. I will leave it at that for now, Chair and Advocate.
Thank you. Well, the Commission heard testimony from the Durban Chamber of Commerce, and their testimony, and I will rephrase, indicated that they heavily mobilized for the deployment of the SANDF, and to ensure that the SANDF was then deployed, they provided the SANDF with food, petrol, vehicles, and accommodation. Can you confirm this, or were these reported to you?
I will come back to the things that I said earlier. The issue of the fuel was reported, as I said, that, but it was individual companies, maybe because they belong to the Chamber of Commerce, they wanted to put it in the brand commercial Chamber of Commerce. The accommodation, it wasn't just a donation, because when we went down, remember we had to go, we don't have the bases throughout KZN, and where we had bases, our people went to the bases. Where we didn't have bases, we engaged all the stakeholders and we pitched our tents in the areas. So yes, indeed, it was reported that we had this offer to accommodate our people in various areas, because we wanted to be in almost all the areas that were considered to be hotspot. And part of it, I think the other aspect, I think it also reflects to the element of the Navy that was deployed in Durban. They had to be in close proximity to where the national key point is, and that was the area close to the refinery. So, yes, indeed, they provided them with the areas to go and stay. Not that they gave us hotels. That is not the type of accommodation that they provided to us. It was as a result of the necessity in terms of what had been reported to me, both for being close to the areas of deployment and also lack of the place to pitch our tents. So, but that I still stand to verify the details with regard to what is it that had been given, because it might have been reported at the level of the lower command.
And then with the, let's use the gift of fuel, did that have any effect on the operations then, on where people, your members, would get fuel during the July unrest, not during COVID, or just during the July unrest?
I beg your pardon, you said, does that have an impact?
So if your members are based, let's say, taking the landscape of Durban, are based in Umlazi, for instance, and the provider or the giver of the fuel is on the bluff, did that then affect operations in that they would have to drive from Umlazi to the bluff? Or what happened there?
Now, maybe I must just indicate that the gift need not be, especially fuel, it need not be localized in the area where it is provided. Fuel is something that can be delivered. We do have Bowsers, but in this case, I wouldn't really come down to the technical aspects as to how that fuel was to be delivered, because I gave you the example of the fuel donation that was pledged during the period of COVID. They were prepared to say, identify the bulk storage areas within the military environment. But in that case, it was to the units that has petrol tanks. Now, in the case where people are deployed, much as I said, they were not necessarily in the bases, and in some of those areas, there might not have been tanks to come and fill. So the implication would be either the petrol Bowsers goes to the supplier, or the supplier brings the petrol to the respective deployment areas. I was trying to refrain from speculating and indicating that had been reported that there had been an offer, but the modalities of the delivery had not been specified, because some of those technical aspects, the Defense Force is an entity that always operate on the mission command. The concept of mission command is that if you are the chief of the National Defense Force, you let your intent known to the service chiefs and the division chiefs. And the division chief, the chief of the army in his own right has the entire army. And the entire army, the army has different formations. And these formations, they have got the units that falls under command. So in case of deployment, the units would report to Joint Ops in all what they are doing. So the technical aspects as to how the delivery is affected, it becomes really the issues that are handled at that lower technical level in terms of, do they have to move from one point and go and fill in and come back, or do they have to take a Bowser, go and get the fuel and come back and refill in the units? Really, that one I would like to say, these are some of the details that are much more at the technical level, and I wouldn't delve to drill deeper, which in the civilian environment, I've learned they call it micromanaging, but at least at a given level. So I really feel I have understood that yes, we picked up that there were donations, but the modalities of disbursing of those was handled at that level of command.
And then just one broad question then, in the age of state capture, do we think that these gifts may be perceived to, at the very least, affect the independence of the South African National Defence Force?
The South African National Defence Force had never been captured and will never be captured. We plan, we execute, much as we said, any gift that is given should be registered. And it's a tough one to say you are captured. Actually, you are bringing in a very interesting issue to say, are those actual capturers? Because you can only be captured by a capturer. So I am not really certain that the Defence Force can be captured. I remain confident that as the Chief of the National Defence Force, all what we do, we should plan, and whilst planning, quantify what we need for that particular operation. And if there is any form of a gift in the form of a gesture, that gift must be made. It's not a hook that will capture the Defence Force. That I will fight.
Okay, well, with you've indicated that you haven't really, you don't know what the modalities were in relation to these gifts. Will this at any point in time be investigated by the SANDF, or would you require reports to at least understand? And if so, would you be in a position to share those gifts, and what is the timeline for that particular investigation to know exactly what were the modalities?
Thank you. Now that you have brought to my attention that the gifts were dubious, and they have the element, as you are saying, whether those gifts in the face of the state capture, whether we shouldn't be wary that the Defence Force may be captured. I will go back and find out the total amount of fuel that was pledged, who pledged those quantities, where were they delivered, and how were they delivered. So those are the 4 areas that I will try and do in the next 2 weeks.
We will appreciate that.
And after that, will there be any form of correspondence where I should send this to the Commission?
General, the same way that you've been corresponding with the Commission would be the ideal, in that where the person who sent the invite for your attendance, you can send it to them, and then it will be shared with the commissioners accordingly. And then just a broad question in relation to this issue of gifts and private entities. Has the SANDF ever, because we heard the testimony that indicated that there was, as I said, I am paraphrasing, a heavy mobilization for the use of the SANDF. Has the SANDF ever been deployed based on heavy mobilization of private entities?
The SANDF deploy first with the plan, and that plan is resourced. We had never mobilized on the basis of the private companies. So I am saying this, when the instruction is issued for any form of deployment, the Chief of the National Defence Force goes to Chief Joint Operations. As I said, Chief Joint Operations mobilizes and employ forces. The generation of documentation that goes to the Chief, the Minister, and to the President goes there with a total number of people that will be deployed. the cost that the deployment will, the cost that will be on the deployment, and that is the document that informs the presidential minutes. So those deployment papers actually are the mobilizing papers. They are the ones that when you mobilize the forces are mobilized on the basis of those documents. Be it inside the country or outside the country or any form of operation. That is the way we go about it. That's why sometimes it becomes difficult for people to understand that before any deployment takes place, the military is unlike the fire brigade. The fire brigade waits until when there is fire and then they pick sticks and go. Time spent on planning and mobilization for us, it's time well spent. Hence we say time spent on reconnaissance. If we get the opportunity to do reconnaissance, it's time well spent. So we had never planned or mobilized an operation that is based on the private sector. The deployment arrangements within the Defense Force speaks to the accounting to the Portfolio Committee on Defense, because as soon as the President has signed the presidential minutes, he is required by law to go to Cabinet and get the endorsement of the joint sitting for that particular deployment. So we cannot go and present those documents on the basis of what the private sector will have mobilized. We are resourced, and our budget is disbursed on the basis of the objectives that had been identified. And force employment, it's one of those objectives, and the money is budgeted for in that environment as well.
After the demobilization, I hope that is the correct word, of your members on the ground, was there or has there been any report in the SANDF around the July unrest that has been brought to your attention?
The report that came is a unit feedback, that is the debrief, operational debrief that gets into the war diary. The only report that came out is the PTT report that investigated the presidential task team that was released. We also, as stakeholders, participated in the interviews. I don't know whether it's called the interviews, but we were called to go and do almost the same as we are doing now, to relate and reflect on issues pertaining to the July. So we are doing it again, and I think doing it in a different environment, because here we are doing it having in mind that human rights as enshrined in the Constitution has to be respected, and we are going through this with the sole purpose to ensure that there hasn't been any form of violation of human rights by our deployed soldiers, and our actions didn't border on the violation of both individual rights. So we We haven't had any other report. The next report will be the one from the Human Rights Commission after this. The first one we got was the PTT. I take it that the operational debriefs cannot be considered as a formal national report because it zooms into one specific area. And the Human Rights Commission, much as the PTT, is looking into the overall activities of all role players that were involved, because we cannot have a full picture of the July unrest unless if all the elements of state power had been engaged, and we come up with a solid position. So yes, we received the PTT report and we have received the debrief report from various commanders. Thank you.
I think without having seen what you have received from your members, we can't determine if it is of use to us or not. Therefore, we will request that, if possible, can you share those as well when you are sharing the investigation that you'll be doing in the next 2 weeks?
I will request that operational reports, by virtue of what is entailed, we can share it and request that it is not distributed with the rest of the Commission's report, if that is acceptable, because I want to refrain from being unfair to the people of South Africa, whereby the operational matters becomes common public issues, because operational matters must be handled with the sensitivity it deserves. But we have got respect for the Commission, and we humbly request that two things it can be done. I don't like a situation where a report is edited, because it loses meaning. But at the same time, I am torn in between security and openness. So I will really seek counsel on that in terms of whether we share it and then we retain it. That we can. I will request the guidance of the Commission in terms of how we should go about that one.
Yes, General, we will receive it as a confidential document and deal with it accordingly in terms of our act that is possible. So we will receive it and deal with it on that basis, so that we do not, publicize or make it public in any way whatsoever. But so that is our suggestion, if that is acceptable to you.
Thank you,
It's
Chair.
important that the General also take counsel on the matter.
Yeah, you can
In
take
making his
counsel on
decision.
the matter if you would like to do that as well.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't get the last portion.
Yes, now the last point is, I mean, if you want to take legal counsel, you can obviously do that as well, but that is the basis on which we are prepared to receive those reports confidentially.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to wrap up, how would you as the chief of the SANDF, classify what happened in July?
Classifying what happened in July it cannot be done out of context of what the presidential task team had actually made a finding and a recommendation on. For me, as the chief of the National Defense Force, I would caution that in whatever we do, we should do so putting the interests of our country first. That is the first iteration that I would like to make. Secondly, I would say that we all have a responsibility, a collective responsibility as the people for the security of our country. That is the second issue. Thirdly, I would like to indicate that in whatever form of challenges, we need to take cognizance of the realities that we are living in. The July unrest was more of an eye-opener. I wouldn't claim that I was new in the office because I'm not a new soldier. When I took over command of the South African National Defense Force, I was Chief of Joint Operations. And the South African National Defense Force, our reason for existence is our ability to employ forces so as to defend and protect the Republic of South Africa in line with the Constitution and international law. And we therefore say that we should be aware that what we have observed gives us an understanding that the defense of the RSA encompasses all the elements. If I say all the elements that I said forms our philosophy, our defense philosophy, which is anchored on human security. I want to also move away from specifically dealing with the question of the unrest and throw the ball back to all South Africans that if security is our collective responsibility, the rights that we demand must be reciprocated by obligations. So that is the most critical thing, because if you will think that you will put the security of the country solely to the elements that you created as the basis of state power, then we will be missing an important aspect, the people as the nucleus. So I want to conclude our engagement, advocate, on that note to say, let us all work towards making the people of South Africa to realize that security is our collective responsibility, and we should all come together in an effort to try and ensure that all the wrongs that we see should not be left only for the security establishment, but for all of us to take ownership and defend our country. In so doing, we will also be able to go back and say, wait, is our budget actually divided according to what we would like to have? Should we, in the face of the current challenges that the country is facing, not relook at our model of dividing the cake? Shouldn't we create conditions that will make our country safer, and then start looking at how then can we grow the cake? Because the only way that the cake can grow is when you have created a secure environment, an environment that allows for economic development, an environment where you can start building schools and hospitals, an environment where you will be able to say the environmental degradation cannot go on unchecked. And that environment is what we referred to earlier on as the environment enshrined in human security as the anchor of our security architecture in the Defense Force. So thank you, Advocate, for giving me this chance to close. But I thought maybe I should say so before I get cut, my throat gets cut by the chair and the commission. Thank you.
General, I think we can assure you that as the Human Rights Commission, we really do not cut throats or shoot live ammunition or anything of the sort. If anything, we will probably try and hug you and do the whole hugging of trees before we get to that type of combative. But thank you so much for availing yourself. At this point, I'll hand over to my colleague, and he just indicated he has only 2 questions. And I think, General, after those 2 questions, it might be prudent, as one of 2 female members here, for you to just address the commission on whether or not when you deploy your members, you give them human rights training? And what is the training that is geared towards how they treat women and children? But thank you so much. I'll be handing over.
Thank you, General. I was going to abandon one of the 2 questions I have, but I'm not sure I was able to pick up the answer to this question because my sister did ask it, and I appreciate the tone of engagement you had wanted to end on, but I think you will, General, appreciate the difficulty as investigators, having sat in KZN for 3 weeks, having received all sorts of submission, and having heard from a category of high-ranking officials in security, in police and so forth, that the central question we're trying to determine is what happened in the July unrest, what caused it, and in hindsight, what do we describe it as? I think my sister here mentioned, what do we diagnose it as? Part of the recurring themes from these high-ranking officials have been that what happened was unprecedented, that unless we deal with certain socio-economic issues, it will happen again. And many of them insisted, from the Minister of Trade and Industry to the former Minister of State Security, that it seemed to have had elements of a planned and coordinated attack. So if you feel you've addressed it, that's fine. I'll be happy with a brief answer. But as the SANDF, in hindsight, having done reflections, having had the benefit not of in the heat decision during the unrest, but afterwards, what do we categorize the unrest July as? Was it an insurrection? Was it a planned attack on the state? You mentioned at various points that the SANDF defends and protect the constitution. Was this an attempt to destabilize a constitutional order? What could we as investigators zoom in on in trying to figure out what happened and satisfy that answer?
Thank you, thank you very much. I think I will, in a lighter note, say that I am not that old to know some of the lyrics of some of the songs that are considered to be known by those who are old. One of the old songwriters, I think, without mentioning his name because I didn't get the right to do so, once said, how long should we move around before we know certain things? And eventually he answers himself and says, the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. So you have touched on the inputs from high-ranking officials in the security environment, and amongst those are people that handles the issue of intelligence. The State Security Minister was the custodian of the intelligence fraternity. And the trade and industry knows well in terms of the importance of trade in the security environment. So they both are qualified to make such assertion. Yes, the issue that is unprecedented is true because South Africa had never experienced something of this nature. From the military point of view, we came in honestly without all the elements that are required by the military, because our mandate, as I said, does not give us the privilege that the other security organs have, because remember, our intelligence body is meant for collecting for war, and we are more external orientated. So it will be unfair of me to make a pronouncement of actually what happened, because you know, if you can ask me on the developments in Cabo Delgado, I will give you from the time when the challenge starts to rear itself, when it was still a small fire, until when it developed to where it is today, because that is part and parcel of our responsibility. So, in short, I know it will be unfair. You will think it's unfair on my side not to make a pronouncement as to what happened in July. The country was burning. And that is why we were called in July. How, why, that resides in another domain. Hence I'm saying the answer is blowing in the wind, because those who are responsible for that are supposed to be invisible. The intelligence fraternity operates in that way. So till now we come in robust. We were brought in because the country was burning. Why it was burning, how it started burning, that one, we just said, let those who are in that environment at least do an appreciation, because the intelligence appreciation is what is required, and not the military appreciation. For now, we moved out, and maybe if we work well, we will not find ourselves being asked to come in and try and resolve the problems internally. And we are combat ready to go and do all. If you want us to fight for you, we will. We will definitely continue to prepare so that in times of war, we are ready, because it is only in times of peace that we prepare for war. And allow us to prepare, resource us, be our ambassador to say, let the budget actually also be in favor of those who are to defend and create an environment where you will be able to go to work, where you will be able to build schools, where you will be able to feed, and where you will be able to plant and plow. And in that way, get your defense force to be able to respond to any form of challenge that may face this country. So in that way, I'm saying the answer is still blowing in the air, and let those who are supposed to provide that answer provide the answer. The defense force is ready, combat ready for fighting and defending the country.
All right, thank you for that answer, General. My last question, interestingly, when we as human rights lawyers talk about ourselves, we borrow a lot from the military language. So we also think of ourselves as human rights soldiers, and as responding to threats to human rights, as you would respond to threats to the constitutional order. But my question relates to this issue of the Constitution. You remember that you had an engagement with my sister here about the ammunition and issues of rubber bullets. There was also, we touched on topic about civilian policing and what the role of soldiers actually is when they are deployed to assist the police. And I wanted to perhaps know if you could maybe take us into confidence about 2 or 3 aspects that the military has instituted that reflects our new constitutional dispensation. So I can only imagine that if the primary mandate that the General kept emphasizing is to protect, defend the Constitution and address threats against destabilizing the constitutional order, how does, at the operational level, does the military abide by this framework of the Constitution? Rubber bullets could be one of them, or the training of specific segments of soldiers to specifically do civilian policing instead of combat operations. What has been some of the changes instituted?
Thank you. I will start towards the end. We are not going to give soldiers rubber bullets. I repeat. The soldiers are trained to fight the war. It becomes unfortunate when we are brought in to assist in stabilizing situation internally, which is the domain of public order policing. So we debated, discussed, because debate is not in the military domain. We looked at the concept that was used previously in the before 1994 of counterinsurgency and riot control. We started saying we are finding more and more challenges when we are deployed in support of the police. And we started putting a very small element to train in crowd control. It was not more informed by what we want to do here at home. It was one of the requirements by the United Nations that the certain element that will be deployed should have an embedment of people with crowd control, because at times you find that we are confronted by people that are throwing stones, and in line with the blue helmet operations, you are supposed to be able to handle that. So we debated, and then we said, no, we cannot. We cannot start procuring shields and buttons. No. We said no. We will focus on our core business of defending, and if need be, we will perfect how we can be involved without causing harm to our people. In terms of maybe what we do during deployment, which actually you say your learned sister, I don't know, because I heard her saying my learned friend. So when you say your learned sister, then I accept that she asked a question that in terms of what we do during the preparation for deployment and training, that speaks to this important aspect of human rights, and as well as what we do in terms of ensuring that our female soldiers and the civilians are not harmed and their rights are respected. Before and during deployment, we keep on training our people. Training is continuous. We train our soldiers on operational law. That is the first thing, and which includes the applicable rules of conduct and engagement. We also, in the international obligation, train them on law of armed conflict. I will expand on that because this is one of the areas that I keep on emphasizing, that we were lucky that the current South African National Defence Force, it's a defence force that actually was formed by integrating the 7 different entities, and we brought these 7 different entities brought in different cultures. And one of the cultures of the constituent members of the National Defence Force was the respect for the females, such that there is a slogan that they keep on reminding people to say, we shall fight side by side with our women, implying we are not going to put women at the back, or women must be seen now in battlefield as not equal partners in terms of the fight. So we also brought in that understanding to say, by saying we shall fight side by side with our women, it means we are not going to be tolerant to the exploitation of our women and abuse of our women. We then realized, because of the ills that we find our society in, that when we recruit, we are recruiting people that do not have the very same ethical principles than those who came in with this concept of saying we shall fight side by side with our women. We started realizing that during deployment there are other people that are said to be abusing, and those allegations became serious to us. And as the custodian of the Constitution, the DOD then decided to put a ministerial task team to investigate and act on any form of sexual abuse and sexual harassment. And that ministerial task team came up with recommendations which we are now enforcing vehemently so as to ensure. So in terms of the rules of engagement that we teach our people when they go before training, before deployment, and even during deployment, because we keep on sending people. If it's outside, we send people out there from the legal department, because I said we've got legal within the defense. So those people, they go and they continue to emphasize, because that form of action is not only to be guarded between female soldiers and males, but also in terms of guaranteeing that you do not solicit favors from the locals, because you as a soldier and who is in the UN deployment, you are now at the much higher level in terms of the resources, and therefore in whatever form, even if you say it's consensual, you are not negotiating from the same premises. So we said that is also part of what we call sexual exploitation. And therefore, the MTT investigated all those things, and we are putting in place measures to say, how do we implement the recommendations of the MTT? Currently, in our structure, we have created a unit or an entity within the Department of Defense headquarters, which is headed by a chief director. We call that entity transformation management, because we want not only to enforce but to transform the thinking of our people, so that consciously they mustn't look at retribution, but they must look at how do we do right without being afraid of punishment, but doing it right because it's the right thing to do. And that is what we are trying to do. And we report to the Minister of Women, Children, and those with disabilities. We've got the system of quarterly report that we do like all the other government. So we have got quite a number of initiatives that we had put up for fighting against gender-based violence and femicide. We participate in international fora as the Defense Force. We championed in the UN basically during the period of Mamlambo, to say South Africa is championing, and we were very instrumental in the Beijing conference resolution. So we have moved from an era where in the Defense Force females were not considered for senior positions, and at the same time they were given the second-hand treatment, if I may put it, to an area where we consider that each has the ability to contribute despite the sex or sexual orientation. And we therefore say we have created that environment whereby we can all develop and grow as equals. I think your learned sister, I don't know if that suffices in terms of what is it that we have done in terms of trying to level the playing field in as far as gender equity is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, General. To the chairperson and panel, I think from the evidence leaders we are done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Tuli has indicated that she does not have questions. Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Madekwane. General, please accept from us also belated condolences for one of the members that fell in Cabo Delgado a few weeks ago, a month ago. Please, if you can find time, convey our condolences to the family. General, in an ideal world, we should not be receiving gifts because the one gift will lead to another gift and will also involve individuals. And therefore, it's very important that the budget, that the resources that the South African National Defence Force should be fully equipped with the necessary resources to execute the constitutional mandate. But I understand the situation, but ideally, and therefore maybe the message must go to the government in order for you to execute your constitutional mandate and then defending the people and the people of South Africa and also the Constitution and the people, that we should be not even taking gifts, but I understand the situation. General, the former Minister of Defense, in one of the questions to her, or while she volunteered herself on it by saying, one of the problems is that particularly the vehicles like the Rattles are stationed in the Northern Cape, and it does take time, so you do not have a kind of a real rapid response except for the women and men that were deployed, but because I believe they run at 100 kilometers per hour, and so they can't be doing 140. But she then stated that there was a plan, or there was some discussion around the decentralization or provincialization of some of those resources. So in the event that there is a rapid response needed, that you do not have to wait for 24 hours or 48 hours. Then lastly, General, I think we can add our voice. Safe to say that there were a few issues during COVID that has really, including the Khoza case, but I can say to you that in terms of your deployment within those areas during the July unrest has really, in a very, very short space of time, so whoever has tried to prolong it, your presence and your assistance have been highly valued in bringing stabilization to the situation. Please, when you do meet on the parades, just convey our heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Commission. That's all from my side, Chairperson.
Your response, General, especially also maybe on that issue of the tanks, and that they are situated in the Northern Cape. Why has that been the case, and is there a better spread now across provinces to quickly be able to mobilize them?
Thank you, Chair. Although I said, all being equal, we wouldn't like to find ourselves deployed internally. But that was one of the shortcomings that we identified when we were supposed to roll our vehicles. The truth of the matter is that the budgeting, I don't want to call it the decline, because what is happening is not the declining of the budget, but the debudgeting, or the complete denuding. They caused us to come up with plans so as to be able to defend and protect the RSA. The one thing that is important is that we will never say no when we are given the task. We are our own enemies in that anything that is given to us as the military, we try and do it to the best of our ability with what we have. And in that case, we continue to in the African way, to eat our own intestine. And we keep on eating our own intestine until when everybody sees that you are still fine, but the inside is hollow. So we said, how then do we mitigate that? We said, let us try and within the project that we have, which I will leave out for another day, we fixed vehicles, we centralized them, we say we want a full brigade functional equipment other than the training equipment that can, at the shortest possible time, be deployed. The only place that was ideal for us to get those vehicles out of the way, because if you leave them everywhere, they will be utilized, and the capacity for maintenance and repair is dwindling because the funds are rather not coming forth. So after this July incidents, we said it is not only about the July incident. What about if the threat is not coming from Northern Cape or any way? How long will it take us to roll? So we then came up with a plan which I will say it because the Human Rights Commission, though it is public, I want South Africans to be reassured again that we are now creating almost identical brigades that we had in Luatla in we are starting with two different areas, geographic areas that are dispersed from each other, so that we can respond to the threat from those areas. So yes, indeed, it was an eye-opener, though we now went further to say for the entire South Africa. And again, we also said maybe we shouldn't be myopic and say what is happening in Cabo Delgado may not happen in South Africa. And therefore, we need to build capacity. And we need to not only rely on this conventional capability that we're building. Let us now start to build again that light entity that can respond quickly and decisively. And we're busy with those aspects. So we want to reassure the Commission that, yes, indeed, we have started. We are moving slow because we rob Paul to pay Peter. And that is how we can survive. But with the reassurance from the Commander-in-Chief, I want to say that the Commander-in-Chief has come out very strongly in support of the defense, and I am very confident that our effort will soon realize, and South Africa will once again stand up and be proud that we are amongst the best in the world. So that is in terms of the issue of centralization of our assets. It was out of real necessity, not out of what we wanted. We would love that each and every city should be having at least an element that the people of the city owns up and say, this is the battalion that we give freedom of the city to this battalion, so that should anything happen, and that is the pride of the people of South Africa. And that is what I'm optimistic that the Commander-in-Chief would like to see that happening. And we need also to take cognizance of the fact that the fiscus hadn't been very friendly to all of us, but I'm hopeful that we will just repackage our cake and see how we build our defense force to be what we would like to see. A defense force that can be able to defend and be able to be projected, because when we project our defense force, it is also our form of defense, because whatever we do in those countries, if there is peace, it means those people will not be attracted to come to our shores. And if they don't come to our shores, we will take full dominion of whatever we do here at home. So projecting forces is another way of defense, and though it may seem to be just in line with the obligations of the multilateral organs and our regional organs, but it is also to the interest of all South Africans that we defend not from close by, but in depth. That is the one. The other issue that I wouldn't really miss out is that we will re-emphasize the question that the defense force, despite the challenges, let us refrain from accepting gifts that goes to the organ. In terms of the fundraising effort, yes, that is understandable that we need to look after the offense of our fallen heroes, those who have died in the line of duty. Their children must not think that because our parents are not there, we are no longer of any value. And as such, we continue. We are building that trust, and we have already managed to graduate almost two doctors and two doctors. I'm talking of people that we have taken through school, graduated, have a degree, go and have a master's and get a doctorate. So this education trust of the South African National Defence Force is purely for the benefit of the offense of those who have passed in the line of duty. Thank you.
Thank you, General. I will be the last one, and I'm going to ask my questions as short as possible. If you can give short answers, then we can, be out of here quite soon. First question is, in hindsight, General, would it not have been better for purposes of quelling the unrest quicker to have deployed the soldiers immediately to the points of the unrest instead of to the national key points only? So was the initial assessment not incorrect in terms of, only deploying soldiers to the key points, and couldn't we have quelled the unrest quicker if, they were also deployed to the points of unrest?
Thank you, Chair. I will respond to it in the shortest, as you said, it should be shorter, but I'll be precise that our employment is dependent on two issues. The first one is the request. We don't like playing big brothers because we respect each other's mandate. So if we are not asked, we remain ready, but our hands gets chopped. That is the first one. The second one, which we tried our utmost best, is the deployment drills. The process that is followed in deployment, we were not slow. That one I want to dispel that one because the Minister of Defense and Military Veteran was called around 10 to 9. I think it was around 10 to 9 because I'm calculating it because as soon as the minister got that call, she called me, and by 9 o'clock, I received the call from the minister. Whilst I was still trying to answer the minister, I got also, remember, in the line of command, the commander-in-chief has the right to directly call the chief of the defense force. So I got a call from the minister. And at the same time, whilst I was just talking to the minister, I got the other call from the big boss. And I take it that it was around 9:05 that I started, 9:05 to 9:10, that I started calling Chief Joint Ops to say, Chief Joint Ops, I want you to be at the ops room in the next 45 minutes. I want to see all your planners and your commanders. By 2200, I was arriving at Joint Ops. And at 22:30, I had started with my mission brief. So, if you look at that time frame, I think without even getting the request from the police, we had already started moving. In the meantime, because the chief of the army was represented there, because I said all commanders. So we started now saying, what are the quick wins in terms of getting the foot on the ground? And if what the police would like us to do is to go to the national key points, then let us identify which ones are the national key points that the police says they wanted, because we had picked it up that they want us to go to the key points. Now, the following day in the morning, we pick up that no. After we left, the troops then started now on the ground without the prime mission equipment, but with at least those that were in the standby mode started being on the ground, which was a plus. Then they started planning. We looked at the air option of getting the equipment in, the bulk, and the size of our vehicles. You can take one vehicle at a time. I said, no, let's look at the train option. So we looked at all those options, but eventually we ended up saying the best option for us is the driving option. Now, the question is, if we were brought in quicker, the police were optimistic that the situation can still be contained. What is required is for the defense force to come in and release those police that are busy with guarding the national key points. So if the defense force go and protect the national key points, they will be able to deal with the uprising or unrest. I want to use the correct terminology, the unrest. Now, we cannot, in hindsight, say maybe if we had gone in earlier, we could have resolved the problem. We could have aggravated the problem because the police would say, "Oh, you are taking over. The defense is taking over," and that may be construed as a coup. So we played it very tactically until when we got direct orders, and the police accepted, and they wrote a letter to our minister, and that is now when we started rolling the vehicles all the way. And we might have averted some of what might have happened, but it is not the defense force's responsibility. And in terms of the intelligence part of it, it is what had been perceived to be the threat at that particular point that led to requesting the services of the defense much later, especially when we were to go only for that particular issue of the national key points. Next time, if there is a next time, but we don't wish that there should be a next time.
Just a quick follow-up maybe on that one. The overwhelming evidence before us is that the police was overwhelmed. So would you agree then that the assessment of the police, that they could actually deal with the situation and quell the unrest, was not correct?
I want to refrain from making that assertion in terms of the correctness of intelligence depends on the outcome of the battle. Sometimes the battle is won by rudimentary means, such that I have seen people in gumboots defeating people with the state-of-the-art equipment. So the optimism of the police, they might have had an appreciation, or rather a plan that speaks to the containing, because criminal activities and unrest may not have a very clear boundary. So there is a very thin line to divide between the divide between criminal activities and unrest. So yes, they appreciated, and they might have had the correct appreciation that I cannot pronounce on, but we were called in at the right time, hence we quelled the situation, and we could have done the same if we were called in early.
Thank you, General.
Thank you.
The former Minister of Defense indicated to us that when she arrived in KwaZulu Natal, there was a lack of a proper and clear indication from SAPS as to where exactly the SANDF soldiers need to be deployed. Do you want to comment on
that? I will comment in a way that when the minister was asked, she was asked in a certain context, I think, because if you may recall, Chair, when I think on the 8th, because we were following all these developments, when they went to Moy River, when I say they, because there was a truck that was in Moy River. I think I noted it. It's just that my notes I've already dislocated them. The issue was, it was perceived that that burning of that truck and subsequently the question of Eshowe, though they were not related, it gave the police an indication. It was more like an indicator to say it is going to take almost the same dimension as the previous unrest, whereby the focus is on blockading. I think without having the benefit of the context in which the minister raised that issue, the coercion that you are referring to as having been a question by, in terms of where we should deploy, might have been as a result of the spontaneity of these activities, because if the police had appreciated that all previous unrest were focused on blockading the main arteries and then go on a protest, it wasn't wrong for them to say, release some of these police by you going to the key points. So I'm not negating that the minister might have picked up something, because remember there are levels of command, the political strategic level where there are certain issues that are discussed, and at the military strategic level where we sit and plan. And so in that case, really, I wouldn't like to say we were not where we were supposed to be. We might have had difficulties in earlier coordination, and but the fact was that we were to purely look at the national key points, and it is the coordination between the prof joints and the members of the police, disaster management, the defense, and the elements of the ICC that now should determine where the threat is, what is the level of the threat, what is the force that should actually address the threat. So by that time, we deployed, and when we came now with the bigger force, that actually might have shocked most of the people, because when we came with the bigger force, we had different concepts of operation. The first one, we needed mobility. The second one was the question of deterrence. And mobility, it means we should be able now to take full dominion of the entry, and nobody should disrupt traffic, because that is the artery between Durban and Gauteng. So we had to bring in the robust and more faster equipment, which we did. We brought in what we call the Mercedes-Benz of the defense. So we managed to patrol without, and we cleared the debris, and the entry was opened, and it had never, because we were patrolling the entry with the fast and robust, something that nobody would challenge, even if one would dare. So I think on that note, it will be unfair to throw a blame to the minister and say he said there was incoherency. But I want to qualify this by saying that the minister at that level had interaction, and the interaction at the political strategic level might have spelled out something that speaks to the incoherence, because I also during the engagement picked up that there were discrepancies in terms of the numbers of people that are being deployed and the areas where they're deployed. So at the end, we find that in the fog of war, there are certain things that might not be visible, and the planning cycle, the way it's so quick, it makes it sometimes difficult for those who are not within to understand as to, hey, what's going on. That's why the premier was also very worried to say, I don't see the soldiers, but the initial responsibility was to be at the national key points, and the soldiers were not there in the streets because they were not supposed to be there in the streets at that particular moment, until when we then were, the mandate was redrafted now to say, hey, the country is burning, and if we leave it as is, it means it will be free for all. Let the defense force now get involved. And we did. And we are not apologetic. We will, if required to do so, we'll do that again in the defense of our people and our country.
Yeah, thank you. On that note, I don't know if you have the figures now, but it would be helpful for us, given also the Premier of Gauteng's remark about the 500 soldiers, but to have an indication as to how many troops were deployed on the 12th of July, and then how after that, you know, the number fluctuated and changed. That would give us a very good idea in terms of that, and also simultaneously in terms of the tanks. When did the tanks arrive in KZN and in Gauteng, and what were the numbers eventually in terms of tanks? So if you can provide that with us, to us, it would be very helpful. Now, it seems that sometimes, this is my second last one, very quickly, it does seem, I see you are quite unwilling to accept, you know, that the Defence Force should also play a role in terms of the use of things like rubber bullets and tear gas and so on. But it does appear that from time to time, the Defence Force is called in to assist, as we've seen in this case. Would you not agree that under such circumstances, when it's internal duty, they should be distinguished in terms of its role, and that maybe there is room to think about the matter of then also then also issuing rubber bullets and things like tear gas and so on to the defense force, and that they would, under those circumstances, make use of it. Otherwise, they're only sitting with sharp point ammunition, which can create its own issues under circumstances like that.
Thank you very much. I will go back and quantify the number of troops, because that is in the war diary. It is not something that maybe one would have loved to send out, but for the commission, I think in confidence, as I said, we will share part of this information. I want to dispel that I didn't go to the extent of deploying tanks. I stopped short of tanks because if I deployed tanks, I think the commander-in-chief would have called me first thing in the morning to say, what are you up to? Because most of the people would say, we have seen tanks rolling, and therefore, what is happening? And we defend the government of the day. We have no intentions of rolling tanks here at home, because tanks, that is something that is much more declaration. I
guess I'm referring to the other vehicles like
the
Hartels and their and so on. So
okay, no, we will provide. we will provide with some of those details. Coming to the one that had been persistently put to me from my learned sister this side, and my learned friend on the other side. I don't qualify to be the learned friend because I'm a fighter. Internal deployment, we really would like to encourage that we empower the police, so that the police must be able to address. And I think in the State of the Nation address, the Commander-in-Chief touched on that particular aspect to say, let us now look at this empowering the police. In that way, there won't be a need for the defense to focus on this secondary function. I want to say once again, I am really not comfortable with giving the military rubber bullets and tear gas. I wouldn't like, even in the slightest, and the dire challenges of budget cuts, to relegate the military into the gendarmerie. I want the defense force to remain as a defense force, and we will capacitate the defense force. We do train in operations other than war. That is one of the models that we teach our people, and we have got a very limited equipment that we procure, but we're not going to buy rubber bullets, and we're not going to ask the police to donate rubber bullets to us. We are not going to buy tear gas. We don't want our people to cry. We want the enemy to die, not to cry. So we're not going to buy tear gas. We will request money. When we ask for money from South Africans, we will ask for money to buy bullets and equipment, protective equipment, as well as equipment for mobility and firepower. That is all we'll ask South Africans. We're not going to ask South Africans to give us money for tear gas and rubber bullets. No. That we will not ask, Chair.
Thank you, General. I think you're very clear on that point. The last one is, and it's a very straight question. You know, the former Minister of Intelligence came to the Commission, and she testified that the intelligence from SSA, also prior warning on the matter of the unrest, was passed on to the structures. And in asking her what she means with that, she refers to NAT joints. Now, then on the side of the police, they are quite clear that they did not receive intelligence that indicated prior warning for, in respect of the unrest. Now we know that the SANDF, through the what do you call him again? The operations, your operations chief is represented there. We know that the SAPS is represented on NAT joints through the Deputy Commissioner, if I understood well. So, are you in a position to indicate if there was indeed intelligence that indicated that was a prior warning pertaining to the unrest? You say it is shared on a need-to-know basis, but I would suppose if there was such a prior intelligence warning coming from SSA side or from crime intelligence side, then both the SAPS and the SANDF needed to know about that. So the clear and question is, you know, was there such intelligence or not? Because we have conflicting versions before the Commission and this hearing. Thank you. That's my last question.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to look at one of my notes, but I will respond in earnest on the question, because the net joins, as I said, is attended by the representative from the Defense Forces, Chief Joint Ops. The intelligence work stream or work group of the net joint is the NICOC. So I am not going to get into the evidence that the former Minister of State Security have indicated, because in hindsight, we should actually try and not get involved, especially the military, in the issue of finger pointing, because I just picked what there is an adage in vernacular that says, "Umonyo kombe umonyo psuen, umonyo kombe umonyo psuen." And in that case, it's not helpful in trying to get in the midst of that. So I am quite concerned that The net joins, as I indicated, attended by Chief Joint Ops and from the police by the Deputy Commissioner who deals with operations in the environment of the police, and also is attended by the acting DG of the SSA. So, by implication, when there is a specific requirement, because the net joins, it's an advisory body, a coordinating advisory body. They request specific updates if there is something that they would like to be informed on. So I really wouldn't vouch whether any entity of state security had presented to the net joints and shared that, or whether there is any intelligence that was shared with any other principal, because remember I said earlier, Chair, that intelligence is disseminated on the need-to-know basis, and therefore, if there was intelligence that was shared, it might have been shared with those who were supposed to know, and those who might know might not have been shared with. So that principle of saying it will be to those who are supposed to know, those who were supposed to know might have been given. I don't know whether really, I was not in the circle of those who are supposed to know. I might have been in the circle of those who needed to know. So I'm trying to say it is in the domain of other agencies to at least respond. And the former minister of SSA was competent to make a comment on that aspect, because rightfully so, state security deals with intelligence. And so the other issue that I may not also be able to vouch on is the question of the denial by the police to say they haven't received it. And so that's why I'm saying in this case it's a difficult one, because and we should not actually get in the mix of those. Let those who are having the understanding, at least, Chair, you said it very well to say the minister indicated that you say it's not a hearsay. When it comes to me now, it will be hearsay evidence, which I think fair enough. Let's allow the minister who has at least the audacity to say, I vouch, I have provided this intelligence, or my spokes have provided the intelligence to the structures, which in the end now is being denied by the police if they denied. So I think the testimony of both the Minister of State Security and the testimony from the police that they haven't received it, let's take their word. It depends whom do we then believe, because you, Chair, and myself, we are here trying to grapple with this, but we may not get to the bottom of it. If you hear it from me, it will be hearsay, and it will not be of any value at the moment. Thank you, Chief.
No, thank you for that, General. Yes, so I think we have now exhausted the questions we wanted to ask, and it's now almost 7:15. Thank you very much for a very long session, General Maphwanya. Thank you for coming. and also the same to Brigadier General Mashloli. We really appreciate it. You are indeed now excused, and the hearing will come to an end. Tomorrow, I don't know, Ranshu, if one of you just quickly want to indicate what we're going to listen to tomorrow. If you have it there, otherwise.
Yeah, my battery
Send
on
it
my
up.
laptop is flat, but we will be. Yeah, but we will be having 2 witnesses and we'll be reconvening again from 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We adjourn. Thank you very much.